In retrospect to the last amalgamation of the partial body that constitutes the ensemble of the little black box, one of perhaps many others more to come, is merely a partial containment for a body of knowledge in the set of what is chosen by the rights of the unconscious folds of time, what the cross-cap could reveal of the torus in design, position of the unconscious. Remarks made at the 1960 Bonneval Colloquium, rewritten in 1964. So where was the Bonneval Colloquium? Right. I have just entered it into Google Chrome. The first result is I and LACAN discuss the reality of mental illness. Colloque sur l'inconscient include Neurologie et Psychiatrie, 1943, organized by Julian de Archuriaguera and Henri Cain, Nepskos de etc. Bonneval Hospital. Alright, it's a hospital. Henri I. So let's look up who this man is. Henri I is a French psychiatrist, neurologist, and psychoanalyst and philosopher, born in 1900 in France and died in 1977 in France. What else? After the Second World War, I renewed the group L'Évolution Psychiatrique with Eugene Minkowski. I developed an organodynamic psychology and a theory of the structure of states of consciousness, in which he developed ideas of Pierre Janet and John Hugling's Jackson. I would like to read more about these organodynamic psychology structures of states of consciousness. So the psychodynamic approach that results from it, or what are the three levels of consciousness? No. The Psychology of Organic Movements by Madison Bensley. Anyways, more on that later. Henri I, thanks to his authority, which has made him the most influential figure in French psychiatric circles. What are the French psychiatric circles of the days in which these articles were written? Well, we'll have to follow through based on the original Sapir et Wolf references made in LACAN's early thesis and the developments of those theories and the years in which the original theories were seen to have been present, and thus extract from those an approximative idea of what those French psychiatric circles were, to LACAN, the agent of the text being written in the future of its extrapolation seen towards its own contents, in accord, brought together in his ward at Bonneval Hospital. So that was Henri I's ward, a very broad spectrum of specialists around the theme of the Freudian unconscious, and this happened October 30th to November 2nd, 1960. The talk given by my students, Laplanche and Leclerc. So, Laplanche was from which year to which year of life? So, from 1924 to 2012. And Leclerc was A-I-R-E. Let's make it precise to LACAN. Serge Leclerc was his full name, born on the 6th of July 1924 as well, to 1994. So, to remember, Laplanche and Leclerc were born in the same year. Promoted at the Colloquium, a conception of my work which, since the talk was published in Les Temps Modernes, has become definitive, despite the divergence between their positions that was manifested therein, which is kind of comedic given the fact that they were both born in the same year. It would be natural to see that as colleagues they would be in competition towards the approval of their master, LACAN. So what were their theories, and why would this non-contingent relation be seen in the end to have been necessary only in retroactive agreement with the symbolic castration that comprises its constitutive elements that makes it a thing? Les temps modernes. C'est quoi les temps modernes? L'époque moderne est la période historique qui commence à la fin du Moyen-Âge et se termine à la Révolution française. Pour les historiens français, la période est marquée par l'avènement du capitalisme et de la nation. Les temps modernes on Wikipedia is a French journal founded by Simone de Beauvoir, Jean-Paul Sartre, and Maurice Merleau-Ponty. Its first issue was published in October 1945. It was named after the 1936 film by Charlie Chaplin. Les Temps Modernes filled the void left by the disappearance of the most important pre-war literary magazine, La Nouvelle Revue Française, the New French Review, considered to be André Gide's magazine, which was shut down by the authorities after the liberation of France because of its collaboration with the occupation. Les Temps Modernes was first published by Gallimard and was last published by Gallimard. In between, the magazine changed hands 3 times. Gilliard, Presse d'aujourd'hui, and Gallimard. Les Temps Modernes ceased publication in 2019 after 74 years. Voilà. Interventions made at a colloquium. What is a colloquium? A colloquium is an academic conference or seminar. But it seems to have more of a friendly sort of ensemble thematic going about it, but I might be mistaken. At least it's what I'm getting in the immediate sense of this primary read. Interventions made at a colloquium when there is something at stake in the debate sometimes require a good deal of commentary to be situated, and once all the papers given there have been thoroughly rewritten, the task becomes an arduous one. Word by word, letter by letter, recopying down the elements that conclude to the desire that insists, because desire is always of the letter admitted, so that it comprises its final symptom that ties together the knot with its creator, per se, the contingent relation to the ensemble of the letters written by the thing that makes it the thing for and in itself, what might have been borrowed then from a successful analyst, Stokes, and his proponents compliant to the bodily sense of organic jouissance. Its interest wanes, moreover, with the time it takes to rewrite them, for one would have to replace it with what takes place during that time considered as logical time. In short, 3.5 years later, though barely having had the leisure to monitor the interval, I made a decision that Henri, in a book on the Colloquium to be published by Desclés de Brouwer, introduces in the following way. This text summarizes Jacques Lacan's interventions, which, due to their importance, formed the axis of all the discussions. The transcripts of these interventions have been condensed by Jacques Lacan in these pages written at my request in March 1964. Who is Desclés de Brouwer? Biblia de Jerusalem. It's an editorial, I believe. De 1944 à 2019 encore. Voilà. Une réponse nette, précise et courte. I hope the reader will allow that for me this logical time has been able to reduce the circumstances in a text extracted from a more intimate gathering to this mention of them. Remarks made at a colloquium such as this, inviting philosophers, psychiatrists, psychologists, and psychoanalysts on the basis of their respective expertise, fail to agree on the level of truth of Freud's texts. These are the people in position of what they might have an identification towards to be administered an interest towards the practitioner to invite in challenging his works so as to extend the original positions that stand in place so as to make a retributory study of its place in the modern times. Concerning the unconscious, one must go straight to the crux of Freud's experience, which is perhaps relevant to the Freudian indifference that is an ideal that today's analysts as practitioners in the clinic should have an identification with, The unconscious is a concept founded on the trail, trace, left by that which operates to constitute the subject, the stain by which its logical time operates under so as to unpack its shielded works from view from a time where its sight had been condensed and worked through its unpacking from the original, what the version had already curtailed to the emotion of its ruse, propelling its signification to be significant towards another signification of its contribution, but towards what was it respective in underlining its conventions for, and to whom was its respectable questioning returned? Was there an answer to every question, or was there a space in which some questions were rebuked, asserted to be manners of incomprehensible immunity to the vacillations of their prime? Of course, this would not be an ideal subject in my eyes, who would negate the premise of a question's viability, for as he who constitutes the domain of all premises universalized to a singular moment of a semblant analytic discourse, where the prospects could be advent-based subjugation traced back to the LACAN's furies of questioning, where his entire domain of speech could be analyzed, not without its interrogation made space for in that very domain that constituted his reprise. How could the unconscious, how could this reliance on a singular universalism constitute its pairing with the sky to return in the light of day the earth on which the paper that was written on was made, from tree to root grown from its hand, to spew of its venom something sane and desired, but unknown to the uncanny reliance, its original maintenance with the sign made signifier in its place. The unconscious is not a species defining the circle of that part of psychical reality which does not have the attribute or the virtue of consciousness. The virtue in some cases being to sublimate the instinct so that it can return from the image of the object back to the signifier of its trace, where the desire could be seen to operate, a return of what it should of its goods create, without an original return to its trace. It could operate with, and it must operate without, with its original seen turn out of, and pass encore the short sea from Moses to Egypt, its cradle of civilization in a nutshell for the seeking to attain glory. There may be phenomena that are subsumed by the unconscious according to both of these acceptations. The these acceptations being perhaps the unconscious is a concept founded on the trace, and the unconscious is not a species defining a circle of that part of psychical reality which does not have the attribute or the virtue of consciousness. So the unconscious is brilliant, and it is in its own aberrations installed through the heteronomy of discourse that sublates its equator as the bar that instantiates its design. So beauty too can operate as a lure to the ruse if its reside in words that detailed its certification. Empty speech too could have been shared to the functions that pair it to its moments where its ensemble is perhaps less contradictory than adumbrating of its negation to detail its usage by principle. There may be phenomena that are subsumed by the unconscious according to both of these acceptations. The latter remain no less foreign to each other, such as conscious thoughts to the unconscious elements that remain unseen to the eye of their logic, though the same could be seen as different towards the preconscious that details its separation within its reliance to its separate realms. The only relation between them is one of homonymy, so its singular traits, attribute per attribute, could be seen to curtail similar elements and traits, attribute per attribute, but not in terms of the ensemble of its attributes that delineate its domain. The importance I attribute to language as the cause of the subject requires that I be more specific. Aberrations abound when the concept unconscious is depreciated by being applied ad libitum to phenomena that can be classified under the homonymous species. It is unthinkable that the concept might be restored on the basis of these phenomena. It is unthinkable that the concept might be restored on the basis of these phenomena. Let me specify my own position concerning the equivocation to which the is and is not of my initial positions might give rise. The unconscious is what I say it is, assuming we are willing to hear what Freud puts forward in his theses, saying that for Freud the unconscious is not what goes by that name in other contexts would be of little value if what I meant were not grasped. The unconscious, prior to Freud, is not purely and simply unbewusst de l'unbewusst qui sei amour. Vers la mourir son pointillage sur la pointe de son précipice qui n'amore le langage de l'équivoque de son sens transmué de la métonymie à la supplémentarité originale qu'il préfigurait sa convocation à la subtraction de sa barre qui expose à durée de son temps. This is because it names nothing prior to Freud that counts any more as an object, such as the philosophy of the unconscious in Hartmann, nor warrants being granted any more existence, such as the workings on hysteria that prefigured Charcot in the founding of psychoanalysis, that Freud oriented his discoveries within and towards, then what would be defined by situating it in the black, les noirs. The unconscious before Freud has no more consistency than this black, namely, the set of what could be classified according to the various meanings of the word black, by dint of its refusal of the attribute or virtue of blackness, whether physical or moral. The Negredo in alchemy, for example, is also the working with the blackness in terms of the Negredo, the albedo. I'll have to see how these elements are worked in terms of exponential inquiry for which comes first, and then I'll return to this perspective, this figuring of the thing to return into its orient. By dint of its refusal of the attribute or virtue, so a virtue of the attribute of the Platonic dialogues in form of what can later prefigure the silence of the other, in which the other alone is the one that relinquishes its form in the Colloquium. What indeed could the following possibly have in common? Its procedure, its method, its question and response. To take the 8 definitions collated by Jacques in a book that is old, 1916, but not so far out of date that were such a catalogue to be prepared anew today, its heterogeneity would not be diminished. The sensory unconscious implied by the so-called optical effects of contrast and illusion, the automatic unconscious developed by habit, the co-consciousness of split personalities, ideational emergences of a latent activity that appears in creative thought as if it were oriented, and telepathy, which certain people would like to relate to such a thought, the learned and even integrated reserves of memory, the passions in our character which get the better of us, the heredity that is recognized in our natural gifts, and finally the rational or metaphysical unconscious that is implied by mental acts. So 12 showers. Let's look this up. 8 E G. Go. Let's just look up the vape showers. Right, so George is Weltschauwers, who also wrote under the pseudonym Jacques, 1866 to 1937, was a Flemish-Belgian philosopher and psychologist. He was the brother of the art critic and anarchist Jacques Menil. The Weltschauwers studied philosophy at the Université Libre de Bruxelles before studying in Germany, where he was attracted to the new experimental psychology of Wilhelm Wundt. His attempt to submit a psychological thesis for a Brussels doctorate was blocked by Guillaume Tsibergien, 1819 to 1901, in what became known as the Weltschauwers affair, and Weltschauwers only started lecturing in philosophy after Tsibergien's retirement. In a series of articles between 1905 and 1908, Weltschauwers criticized Henry Bergson's reliance on qualitative intuition for the study of psychological phenomena. He also wrote for a range of literary magazines, including La Société Nouvelle and the Flemish publication Van Nieuwen Straks, Today and Tomorrow, edited by his brother. So would the cataloging of all research criteria to dig up be the first premise to base the commentary on its resolve for what could gift it its attribution and ignite from its commentary the code in which the message being unraveled disputes its origin towards a new seminarial position to be equated in a position of the unconscious to have been ascertained from the A equals A position and thus reinvigorated towards its completion of the ensemble, towards a new domain of reach that its trace could accord to its mapping out and finding out why it had originally made its transposition of the necessary outside of what displaced its initial criterion within range. Attribution aligns insistence towards its design within the frame of its outside, where its position is gauged towards the aim of its seal in the instance of its play. Introduced by August Vermeulen to the thought of Friedrich Nietzsche, he plays an important role in the reception of Nietzsche in France and Belgium. Weltschauwers was director of a psychology laboratory in Barcelona from 1920 to 1924. Alright. It would be interesting to perhaps recopy this paragraph from what indeed could the following possibly have in common to that is implied by mental acts, and to branch out in the question being posed of new character attribute being added from the condensation of the prior. None of them can be grouped together except confusedly because of what psychoanalysts have added by way of obscurantism and failing to distinguish the unconscious from instinct, or as they say, from the instinctual, the archaic or primordial, succumbing thereby to an illusion decisively dispelled by Claude Lévi-Strauss, and even from the genetic character of a supposed development. My claim is that they have nothing in common if one grounds oneself in psychological objectivity, even if the latter is derived by extension from the schemas of psychopathology, and that this chaos merely reflects psychology's central error. This error consists in taking the very phenomenon of consciousness to be unitary, speaking of the same consciousness, believed to be a synthetic faculty, in the illuminated area of the sensory field, and the attention that transforms it in the dialectic of judgment, and in ordinary daydreaming. This error is based on the undue transfer to these phenomena of the value of a thought experiment that uses them as examples. The Cartesian cogito is the major and perhaps terminal feat of this experiment in that it attains knowledge certainty, but it merely indicates all the more clearly just how privileged the moment upon which it is based is, and how fraudulent it is to the extent its privilege to phenomena endowed with consciousness in order to grant them a status. For science, the cogito marks, on the contrary, the break with every assurance conditioned by intuition, and the much sought after, recherché, latency of this founding moment, as Selbstbewusstsein, self-consciousness, in the dialectical sequence of Hegel's phenomenology of mind, is based upon the presupposition of absolute knowledge. So the latent content and the manifest content of the dream, which elaborates the manifest content towards an eightfold duplication of its original content, as seen in dream interpretations as an example of what Freud gives for an everyday occurrence of what the dream resolves in, a standard one-page composition of its manifest form for what its 8-page latent analysis interprets of the original constitutive elements, so that the signifier is maintained as a set prior to its indifference within what is gauged as its suggestibility but not its mandate. Everything, on the contrary, points to the distribution of consciousness and psychical reality, however the latter's texture is ordered, that distribution being heterotopic in terms of levels and erratic at each level. The only homogeneous function of consciousness is found in the ego's imaginary capture by its specular reflection, and in the function of misrecognition that remains tied to it. The negation inherent in psychology in this regard should rather, following Hegel, be chopped up to the law of the heart and the frenzy of self-conceit. The credit granted to this perpetuated presumption to consider only what it receives by way of scientific honors raises the question of where its value is situated. It cannot come down to the mere publication of more or less copious treatises. So perhaps it makes way through the psychosomatic transference of the Freudian edifice in its subterfuge, instances of its misrecognition, so that its truth and its return is where the symptomatic renunciation to a pleasure unbefore seen is returned and made account for, limiting the field of study to Freud and Lacan and their reference, and only then building on the bridges that were left in darkness to be surmounted of their traditions, as Lacan made of Freud's teachings in terms of all the schemas he extracted of the repetition in close study within the rewriting of the initial transliterations and traduction of language to language, what he maintained in the Jacobsonian model. a metaphoric instantiation of the metaphoric collision. Psychology transmits ideals. The psyche therein no longer represents anything but the sponsorship that makes it qualify as academic, so that the practice in its technique is seen as a mandate of a certain requirement towards what worked in the past, but not what in the workings was lacking towards what the objet takes itself in the imaginary position for its misrecognition of self and the other of the other. It duplicates so that it leaves it dusting within the other of its not I, the place to challenge the I, which is in the position of the unconscious for what relies on predicates and their calculation. A certain kind of progress in our own society illustrates this, but not as an instrument of their gauging for a necessity that is any less indifferent than the Freudian edifice for their actualization, for their actualization is in their predication dismissed for the actual realism that their engagement with the terms are already in terms of attribution far outside of the given, so that its attribution is given the fortune of its engagement as a predestination to its act, even in challenging its non-adequation with its fortune, and the given of its certainty relied to a truth told to a public for what could have been at any instance provocated towards a dismissing of the truth of its preordained coordinates, so that it could be destitute of the psychical apparatus that demonstrated its original fortune in 1920, and what precluded a coming to terms of perhaps within the opioid nightmares is significant to sex for the body, or it only in indoctrinating of the speech it profusely ignored, and negation proper. Would Freud today have survived given the medication of his life's coming to terms with its end, where his wish for remuneration should have been tenfold the amount of authorization given to him by his friends, his coéquipiers, his semblance in the analytic tradition, and even those of high repute could not even partially equate what would have been a benefit to their very practice, what bringing Freud to his height as minister would have done, such as it did to Maupassant in illustrating his value towards his companions in the ministerial positions that La Préfecture had gifted him for the coordinates of a crime better than the worst of positions, where an enumeration to crime was depicted by its ideal formulation in the capital based on the private property, where enumeration was valid for its confines, so that the agents of the state, such as the police, are known to be in a certain old age theory, what returns the message to the messenger based on the capacity to withhold that agency of the truth to its validity of its truth within the inquiry, that its questioning should relieve that original agent of the truth it was seeking to be telling, so that it could be told such as to be understood. The questioning of the intervening policies of man should then reduplicate its fortunes while listening to the madness of their afflictions as a delirious mathematization it has to make resolute in order to traverse its travailing, conspicuous, based orbits around the circular kernel, what the divided subject makes of the bar that ought never to be crossed, of its ellipse in terms of the sun that is no longer even to be stared at, despite its life-bringing fortune for a center towards all other orbits, for the center of the Milky Way is not even towards its own galaxy, the center of the entirety of its space, for quantum non-locality does not disentangle the entanglement of its preponderous pairs, even when separated across space and time towards the extent of its outside, compared when a market study had concluded upon the proper means by which to... Let's repeat the first sentences, since it doesn't seem like I registered them properly. Psychology transmits ideals. The ideal ego, le moi idéal, the ideal I, idealich. The psyche therein no longer represents anything but the sponsorship that makes it qualify as academic. Ideals are society's slaves. A certain kind of progress in our own society illustrates this, when psychology not only furnishes the means, but even defers to the wishes of market research. When a private property made a dialectical model orients its study towards its purity, the idealich becomes its destitution, while destitution remains its formation and its founding principles in terms of the condensation forever to be emitted, a dialectical materialism of its continuance and not of its insisting resolution, as antithesis for the resolution from which the creation is found, but a continuation of what could, within its founding principles, reconfigure its resolute idealich to be dependent on that big other that reveals le kivoy to the agent in place of that question, where psychology fails to curate a model for hysterics of their age and time, what L'État Moderne at the end of its publication had post-structuralist controversy installed in the fermenting coordinates of a Saussure to have come before Freud, only in epic to model out of the myth, the legend of the image that every little paper in that drawer concealed, but even defers to the wishes of market research. With the signifier then comes beyond the image in its place to constitute a never-ending sliding on the signifier of the letter to reduplicate its matriculation. Its identifiable order based in a space that could be transmitted as an acquiescence to belonging for what can be owned in terms of mastery, all the while leaving out some attributes of its masterful components with its slave that it nonetheless ignites. So in quantity, what the slave is seen to have a sublime condition of jouissance for in terms of the enjoyment that LACAN justifies as the one who enjoys in master-slave relations is within the sublime amalgamation the master sublades from the slave as an outside of the set that conditions its orientation, so his jouissance can nonetheless be emitted, minus its lessons gained, and within its future illusion maintained, so reality by principle is seen to be a beyond which even its pleasure configurates as the mandate of its orientation and practice. When excommunication is withheld upon a practitioner, his glory will be congealed within a rage that will implement upon him the conditions of his surpassing, that the universities should be open-armed towards receiving, else be the condition of the university discourse being found elsewhere in the passions of man that originally configures the coming to age of the analytic tradition and the formation of the four founding principles that orient its discourse. When a market study had concluded upon the proper means by which to sustain consumption in the USA, the FDA, for example, psychology enlisting Freud along with it, to remind the half of the population most exposed to business's goal that women only realize their potential through gender ideals. See Betty Friedan on the concerted effort to create a feminine mystique in that post-war decade. Who is this Betty Friedan? So is she the one who turned the non-all on itself so that certain schools with an analytic tradition could have made an ideal of that exception woman that was confused for its example and the ideal of man taken for example? Betty Friedan was an American feminist writer and activist, a leading figure in the women's movement in the United States. Her 1963 book, The Feminine Mystique, is often credited with sparking the second wave of American feminism in the 20th century. What is the phallus, after correcting Finichel, capable of doing for what LACAN justifies as lesbians being the only true originators of the forms of love requited of even normative relationships after the subjugation to the form is deprived of the sexual relation, the structure itself repeals on the jouissance of its appreciation, where adequation to expectancy is concerned with its sight searching for being seen. Perhaps psychology reveals through this ironic channel why it has always subsisted. But scientists may recall that the ethics implicit in their training commands them to refuse all such blatant ideology. In other words, after Freud, the replacement of the psychical apparatus that was displaced in the psychological associations, trying to borrow from Freud misrecognitions of the sage, that women knotting together braids, for instance, had already confounded the collective unconscious with desexualized libido. I prefer the term desublimated in terms of what allowed that mistake to be confounded for the collective unconscious that was merely a desublimated act of displacement towards what was within its original form as sexuation-based credence towards an energetic confine of what the letter in indifference insists upon and certifies as its authorization that it alone can demand of its own desires in accord with the desire of the analyst, that could be seen further and further and further displaced from what the liberal traditions alone could be an error for recording, so that what could have been an ethical act from analyst to analysand in terms of the demands of the hysteric desire to live in essence extracted from the extortion of the debilitating foundations society imposes across their social link, so that their symptomatic urge alone could be the credence of the revival where the symptom is based in fortune. Of course, here we could return to Freud's preference of the hysteric neuralgias based in neurosis, that he could see the preference what the psychotic might have in perversion displaced initially without insisting after the coming to bear the act and its retaliation resisted for its credence towards survival that is not a life-living consummation to bear. Due to the very credence, thought must lend it in order to argue against it. Now, the debates that have taken place during this colloquium have been remarkable in that they have constantly turned to the Freudian concept in all its difficulty, and have derived this very strength from this difficulty. So the more misunderstanding is replaced on the dissolution that engages the psychological associations to reconfigure the textual renumerations it supplants to the original, it also displaces the strength on which it bases its foundations, but not its purity in the field that remains as envy and the practitioners under certification rather than the university discourse that certifies authorization and actualization and appropriation proper. This is remarkable inasmuch as psychoanalysts' only endeavor in today's world is to enter psychology's ranks. The aversion everything coming from Freud meets within their community has been plainly avowed, especially by a subset of the psychoanalysts present. This fact cannot be excluded from the examination of the issue at hand. Example, Octave and Maud Manonni's insistence on je sais bien, mais quand même, exemplified, and with LACAN being container of the story time had been in its partial returns on the ideal, but fractured in the body that fermented its findings, had returned to the act of copulation, turning towards what had to result in speech without a point de capiton to assimilate in its act the sex-made thing that was not without the speech that it had tailored onto its hanging depreciation of the hysteric fiction that made its silence profitable as the example of the how-tos that engaged its science. If an analytic discourse were to scientifize its praxis at the best of its subjugation towards its dealing with the delusional beliefs of man and religion that conditioned its art, this fact cannot be excluded from the examination of the issue at hand, where the art of its consensus is found in the university, but not in its actuality, which means that the real is concerned here with a different type of containing. No more than can another fact that is due to my teaching that this colloquium has reversed the trend. I am saying this not merely to make mention of the fact, many have done so, but also to note that this obliges me to account for the paths I have followed, which psychoanalysis finds itself enjoining to do when its return to the fold of general psychology is to sustain what deserves to be exposed, right here and not in the far-off realms of our former colonies, as primitive mentality. Manger le père, par exemple, qui en résulte d'un mythe primaire, comme si le transfert de la matière de la peau, et de suite par l'envie de la forme composite, en était pour délier le mythe de sa forme d'adéquation transférentielle dans son exposé de la mise à plat du neubroméen, c'est-à-dire que le corps se constitue par ce qu'il mange et par ce qu'il mange, ce qu'il rénumère dans l'attribut de la parole, ce qui en était écrit au premier moment et de ce qui en est écrit, de ce qu'on peut en lire, ce qui en est de véritable, de sa place à l'individuation que préfigure l'identification telle qu'elle au trait homonymique. Et à l'extrême de sa primauté, for the kinds of interest that psychology comes to serve in our present society, of which I have given an idea, finds therein its advantage. So if it studies general psychology as an analyst of the school of the Lacanian tradition, based in the text, educated and prospectively founded by its principles, what could a study of general psychology return to it in terms of a clinical model that could certify its technique in terms of its dealing with analysans for the functioning of a standardization in terms of legal order that could rather found its reputation in honor of what has been idealized and asserted, rather than certified of a time to come, certified of its existence in the scientificity of their tongues. Psychoanalysis thus underwrites it by furnishing an astrology that is more decent than the one to which our society continues to surreptitiously sacrifice. The weak father in the place of that primitive father that has all justified priorities for the women that he keeps to himself, for what women he had not achieved the conquest of, that were unjustifiably given him the right to be that father of the primal horde, that his weakness alone had displaced the necessity to give up on conquering, so that the conquering could have been returned on the inverse face of its predestined shaping. I thus consider justified the prejudice psychoanalysis encounters in Eastern Europe. It was up to psychoanalysis not to deserve that prejudice, as it was possible that, presented with the test of different social exigencies, psychoanalysis might have proved less tractable had it received harsher treatment. I gauge that on the basis of my own position in psychoanalysis. So perhaps this point subjects itself to the death of the father so that it can come back out in strength without having to submit itself to the constant reduplication of its efforts, so that its place could be maintained. But this is rather technical. What it seems to be stating in plain English is that if he were less tractable, what's tractable? Let's just make sure. Of a person easy to control or influence. Oh, no, not quite what I had initially perceived the term meaning. Dogs that have had some obedience training. So the sentence I was reading, it was up to psychoanalysis not to deserve that prejudice, as it was possible that, presented with the test of different social exigencies, psychoanalysis might have proved less tractable had it received harsher treatment. So perhaps if Freud had started off by treating the psychotic in preference, he might have received harsher treatment in terms of the more tractable positions of the social link being resolved into hysteric that had been seen as less harsh treatment and had opened up the royal road to the unconscious that the study of dreams imprinted for the signifier in terms of the images that Saussure had gauged as the value of those displaced poems that signifying change constitute in writing. I gauged it on the basis of my own position in psychoanalysis, based on the becoming, based on his excommunication, based on the preference that that excommunication granted him in terms of teaching a course that followed through on the formations of the analyst outside of the school, all the while giving him the place to found the LACANian edifice and those personal gifts he brought to the tradition proper as his own. Psychoanalysis would have done better to examine its ethics and learn from the study of theology, following a path indicated by Freud as unavoidable. At the very least, its deontology in science should make it realize that it is responsible for the presence of the unconscious in this field. This function was served by my students at this colloquium, and I contributed thereto in accordance with the method that I have constantly adopted on such occasions, situating each in his position in relation to the subject. The main axis is indicated clearly enough in the written responses. It would be of some interest, if only to the historian, to have the transcripts of the talks actually given, even if they were cut or blanks due to defects in the recording devices. They underscore the absence of he whose services designated him as the person who could highlight with the greatest tact and accuracy the detours of a moment of combat in a place where ideas were exchanged, his connections, his culture, and even his social savvy, allowing him to understand better than anyone else the recordings with their intonations. His failure already ensconced him in the good graces of defection. Ensconced means past participle, establish or settle someone in a comfortable, safe, or secret place. Private use of reason and Kant for what could have been of truth the categorical imperative that would have been left outside of the murderer's exigencies of the location that could have been merely a particular place and not an actual settling of what safety could have displaced after having remunerated the truth of its place for what could displace itself in accord with its condition, all the while maintaining the trace of its parcours in Le Noir that would dissuade its seeker to find what its mentor had imbued of its maze-like characteristics. Its parkour had to use. They underscored the absence of he whose services designated him as the person who could highlight with the greatest tact and accuracy the detours of a moment of combat in a place where ideas were exchanged. Intonations. As unorientable inspection of what recording devices allow to return towards in terms of interpretation, so that the jouissance where the bar had ensconced him with the trace of finale, the characteristic singularity that maintained the efforts of a Spinozist tradition where Thomism is concerned with imbued conspicuous confines on circular motion for the ellipse to even muse with its faith, so that the circularity of its horizon could be sealed from the tangents of its calculable imagination, where, in the place of a suggestion, the image of the thing suggested takes resuming power over the suggested thing, immune to its insistence, where insistence prefigures its desires to be mused with, in elaboration with what could be of its power taken onto its shoulders, in accord with what was already of its allowance predicated, given the strength of its torment that it translated to subjectivity and place, a locality and time for the logic of its manifest content, invading the right of latency to clarify its origin. I will stop deploring the opportunity that was missed, everyone having since taken ample advantage of a time-worn practice, carefully reworking his presentation. I will take the opportunity to explain my present doctrine of the unconscious, all the more legitimately as the resistances of a peculiar allocation of roles impeded me from saying more about it at the Colloquium. This consideration is not political, but technical. It is related to the following condition. Established by my doctrine, psychoanalysts are part and parcel of the concept of the unconscious, as they constitute that to which the unconscious is addressed. I thus cannot but include my discourse on the unconscious in the very thesis it enunciates, the presence of the unconscious being situated in the locus of the other can be found in every discourse and its enunciation. The discourse is a universe unto itself, which prefigures its four coordinate dimensions between the object cause of desire, the big other, the signifier in this and the signifier exists, the four founding principles that are relevant to psychoanalytic practice after Freud and Lacan's emergence of that retake. But what might be here different between the Slovenian school's turn in terms of technique maintained in theory, engaged with and proficiently returning a value of formal conditions even for the clinic, and the political attribution of someone like me interested in both the theoretical proponents of its axioms in terms of the validity of a value form for what vice would see to muse with in terms of the validity of a ruse thus then deployed and foundationally located the FDA approval in particularization to its tendons after its shape, played with the signifier's signification to replace its contiguity with the founding principle, even for its enforcement under a positionality where the ensemble could not without its width contain its enamoration, its passion, and its fortune to gauge in which direction now and to which use. À quoi bon? If its very constitution had been calculated as lacking, would Octave Manoni enforce that quand même as something that could be seen as a perverse structure variating from the constitutive perversion that every man could have been seen as predicated within and for as a base towards his becoming? The very subject of he who would propose to sustain this presence, the analyst, must not be without the continuous desire for the analyst being his own, and without his limitations, for in another could this desire for including the analysand as a figmentation of that truth be resounding in as a position for the other side of truth that the fragmented body had retained in its sufficient mirror image that required of the analyst to be in identification with that narcissistic secondary attribution for what in its nonsensical engaging could be made of prospective return on the signification of the signifier's place in that truth, for it alone can shape and modulate, and perhaps even after purity is concerned with its engagement, rectify and repute of the fictions of man what constitutes its law in produce as the product of the discourse that returns on the agency of its future form to come, the contingency of its actuality, where the real is not as of yet, from having been always in part suspect, to be called into question, where its being left out was concerned of what had the charge to reduplicate its efforts in returning to the original time of that being left out in prospect of the totality of its truth. The very subject of he who would propose to sustain this presence, the analyst, must recognize the desire for himself and the other, must, according to this hypothesis, in the same movement to be given form, informé, and called into question. In other words, be put to the test of his own splitting by the signifier. Is he in the truth recognized of his analysand, the actuality of his real given variability of the movement of the analytic discourse overlooked? Could he, in other words, be put to the test of his own splitting by the signifier in order to reconstitute the movement that that variation had initially constituted but not logically counted as a homonymic function of its signified attribution towards the density of its conquest with that conquest aimed submission of the other, but a submission of its own towards what a silence could, in the space of thought and an arrested development, return of its certification as listening to, even when speaking for, what had been in the space of two walls, been found ignored and thus mandated of its return to be spoken for. This explains the sense of an arrested spiral one has in reading the work presented by my students, Serge Leclerc and Jean Laplanche, perhaps referencing to the Dictionary of Psychoanalysis that they conditioned, and I'm forgetting who it was that had in Lacan students the belief that Freud's primitive theory of seduction was something that Lacan overlooked when Lacan put him back in his place, saying that this was a naive view of Freud's teachings, and that I would insist on Lacan's position here, because he's not saying that Freud's seduction theory is inadequate, but that it's rather constitutive of the infantile development in his 3 theories on sexuality, that the work was purely focused around in terms of the scandalous affairs that it brought back to common society, in terms of the actuality of children also having in their process a duly significant sexuation that adults had, because of legal attribution, forgotten or perhaps displaced towards the accord of lesson needed, so that such children could, in such sensuous acts, deploy their ruse on their own latent content within the manifest form that had, before Freud, been given the preferential model, and after Freud, its explication, indulging even the victim towards its explanation, sparing them of the act of the deplorable victim, instilling categories that they had placed on their own, forcing their submission within the return of a non-repressive element that would constitute the repression outside of the course of the given ways of that positionality, which is the very sign that my statements are, in all their rigor, made first of all for the function they only serve in their stead. In the introductory phase, one can illustrate the effect of enunciation by asking a student if he can imagine the unconscious existing in animals, unless they have some degree of language, human language. If he indeed agrees that this is the condition that would allow him to at least consider the possibility, you have verified that he distinguishes between unconscious and instinct. But if he starts from psychology to base all allocated standards of engagement, how can the psychoanalyst engage with the prefigurations of that movement within which the totality of those significations were deployed, would that but return to the initial phase of return without repression, where similarity could have been gained, and initially return to the non-adequation of the knowledge, that the non-knowledge had limited of its capacity to see the blameworthy actuality of the certification given to those practitioners under such a trade. The university is a discourse less than a place, so that the outside of its place at the tipping point is where the leveraging of its foundations is maintained as the point of movement towards a seductive theory that could have been replaced for Freud's seduction theory and maintain its force without sexuating its subject, to deplore its bounds for inclusion of an outside for an extension of its born-ready source. Essence here is what is of the creation of the primary and secondary substances, its result, and from its A to A, the gift of every letter for its borrowing in the subject reading and speaking out loud, the proponents of its resolve. Propitious initial omen, same as the laptop, then bought without the fear of the fortune that its omen would gift of its aforementioned predication. The calculation of predicates here would be seen to aim for a future failure towards what its goal would implement as the faculties of judgment that maintain the commentary beyond what reality had resolute maintenance for its reality, absolved in the absolutely resolute reality that its initial motion had compounded, so that its return requested of its image, its foundations in a fuller precipice where knowledge was concerned, that adding to the set its complements, so that the game could be based in a truth in the real as impossibility for the reality that was based on the subjugation of its relation to the psychical apparatus, in contingent adequation to the necessity it could only see as solving its effectuated misery, to deplore its state so that it could make up for its bounds in reigniting the force of the energetic image, where its putting off of the act of sexual intercourse had forgotten of the charge the letter in its prospective aims had compounded and made inefficient initially, so that it could deploy its entire course and then return on its own, so that it could please its fortune in deploying its indifference and suggesting its own solution to its suggestibility by responding to the reasons behind the suggestibility without disengaging its responsibility in any one step as ethical first, without which its unethical resilience could be constituted of its past, instilling its knowledge to half-heartedly immunize its subject within its totemic foundation of pairing with its weakness so as to institute its symbolic retribution towards that karmic residue that its responsibility had charged its course of action with. In truth, he ever had the feeling he was dealing with anything like an instinct? Could he say yes? Could he even condition these realities according to certain sets? Could he say yes? Reading analytic writings and official translations of works by Freud, who never wrote the word official but used the term instincts, standard edition, right and left, it is perhaps worth obviating a rhetoric the concept of effectiveness. Discontinuity maintains its sense, all the while displaces. Of course, note block up, obstruct, and the other one is obviating. Remove a need or difficulty. Avoid. Okay. Reread the sentence. Reading analytic writings and official translations of works by Freud, who never wrote the word official, Freud that is, in terms of the works he coined a title for, that used the term instinct, right and left. It is perhaps worth obviating a rhetoric that obturates the concept's effectiveness. In essence, making use of the term instinct to displace the given of its calculable predication so that its acting out is ignored when its aggressivity manifests itself in terms of the attribution its accord is without, but a guiding it is for its without. Make up for the demands of its request, for the drive that takes the place of the instincts to maintain its circulation. The style appropriate for a paper on analytic experience does not constitute the whole of theory, but it guarantees that the statements by which analytic experience operates preserve within themselves the background movement, recul of enunciation in which metaphorical and metonymical effects are constituted, namely, in accordance with my theses, the very mechanisms Freud described as those of the unconscious. But here the question is legitimately raised. Are they effects of language or or of speech. Let us assume that the question here only assumes the outlines of Saussure's dichotomy, directed at what interests Saussure. Effects on language, la langue, it supplies warp and woof to what is woven between synchrony and diachrony. Le point de capital. The first graph of desire. In its imaginary form, if it's the first instantiation of what functions, but not what is synthesized of its antithetical proposition, which is that it has to stop to write in order to observe of its faculties, what it has in its pausing space, come short of in attribution towards the symbolic link. It's signifying substitution relies on, in essence, in order to accord of its characteristic attribution of the primary substance, its creation of right in terms of what characteristically, in essence, could be given its accord as semblant of a similarity, homonymic to its attribution in the set. Its components are gifted and wrapped within the letter and its origin, the principle of a future illusion based in fantasy fiction, supposed as a priority towards the idealich in its demands of drive to be taken on the inverse ladder of desire in terms of what jouissance compels it to reach within its inept, conspicuous attribution for formal necessities towards what it can make necessary for its realization, necessary towards the other. Its cessation deprives its course of acting out in terms of staining it of its own demands, which is in entirety supplanted of its cans and cannots for what it could and should do, given what it has already made itself commuting. When it is directed back at what calls us into question, as much as at he who questions us, if he is not already lost in the stays of his question, namely the subject, the alternative language or speech proposes itself as a disjunction. Now it is this very disjunction that provides us with the answer, or rather, it is in leading the other to constitute itself as the locus of our answer, the other furnishing the answer in a form that inverts the question into a message, that we introduce the effect of disjunction on the basis of which the question has meaning, or in which we encode the decoding of the message based on the message, insisting on the code's encryption, so that the encryption of the code's mannerisms can be seen in the inverse ladder to be orienting a subject towards its decomposition, so that dissolution can reignite the psychical apparatus effectively engaged with its prospect within its stance and in of its own complacency, where indifference were resolved towards no necessity ever to be, for the effect of language is to introduce the cause into the subject. Through this effect, he is not the cause of himself, He bears within himself the worm of the cause that splits him, A and B, the meeting points of each fold in the crease. Should these add up to make a similar crease of a greater fold for what the big S can make for its lower? For his cause is the signifier, without which there would be no subject in the real, Achilles' heel, for the fork in the road and its replacing to the cut for the spoon that it remunerates its big, suspecting, carrying force towards the attribution of its charge. Its worldly attribution should renown all subjects of its kin to be of its origin in terms of its beliefs that orient its practice. The course of those positions in respect and experience from their original attribution played as the course of their result, the effect and cause, the cause being only found at the precipice of its resolve, with the result that is no longer seen as necessary, having nonetheless been resolved in one or the other forms of its chains, assimilated in the unbewusst of its articulation, the singularity of its momentous drive with its instinct to compel its stance, and the stink of its indescribable impunity to the suspect of its own grief, to understand its narcissistic causation in the effects that it had to see as its own despite its indifference, so that it could carry on with the difficulties that could have rather been in Freud's time enforced, though thanks to Jacobson and his rectification of the French language, he founds in essence with the Russian formalism that he retains an effectuation of la langue where rhetoricians are now seen of a modern era where the agency of essence is brought to bear by the letter of its composition, so that the reader of its teaching is within the teaching of its given, composed of what he had learned, including the grammar of his elemental attribution, without its particular current, that its currency had now relieved of its retention to grieve, particularly so that its universality could be gained of its precipice, to make of its newly gained ensembles of catalogues for borrowed terms that take effect, knowing the effect it takes, the cause of its representation beyond its reality, the base that its commentary had to crawl across and resume its foundation, so that its silence could be ascertained to the level of its signification, with the signifier of its aim cannot represent anything except to another signifier. What was he for the silence he maintained, so that the other could find in the identification with his own the space in which his silence had reduced him towards the capacities he had already built to the cipher of emotion, the resilience of the ruse that it had hungered for, where rations were without the all of its rational to subjugate its usage, so that dependence was seen of he who had the capacity to make and maintain what he without can no longer subjugate, so that the return would be seen as mandatory of the effects of he who listens, to which the subject who listens is thus reduced. An effect of that cause for which he stood in the place for when he did speak and is now listening. One therefore does not speak to the subject. He speaks of his own, such as is in knitting what the woman of the formal systems teaches in all mathematizations of game theory seen from systems theory borrowed, but traced from accessories and clothes and basket weaving from the moments of antiquity, formalized in systems for what homonymic traits could, in their weaving, create of shapes of manifest form to be seen in the reality apprehended, but then constituted of their causations latent beyond. Even pleasure here is elemental to what reality by principle and representation is founded on, as a demand of its initial states to requite of the passions, a furious, avenging attitude towards the negations that it will consequently face, in terms of its insistence that it will have to aim as an end in itself that diffuses tendency towards its certainty as a given towards the ensemble of its shape that gives its weight, the charge of the thickness, girth rather, stretches for what had been seen as length previously without weight. So charge here does not merely penetrate with size, but it stretches in the skies of what weight words had charged in the percipience that its perceptum had ignited in the furies of the flame. Just like myth made legend, the story made fable was the condition of a moral agency passed down to truth for systems to rectify their engagement with reality, so that reality itself could be conditioned by its reach beyond the formal areas of its institutionalization, and thus institutionalization would depend on its formalities. After LACAN, this could but be seen as a displacing of the neurotic necessity as an attribution to a right given, so that the dependency could count on an allowance that had not in previous terms been foreseen as a place where acting could have bequeathed the value of this virtue seen sublime, and in that edifice conditioned to the jouissance that deprived him of the necessity that would maintain in that necessity the overcoming of its position dependent on its its conditions for what would make it reason for cause without. Thus the effect depends on the cause and its traversal, so that the pass in its authorization could be self-refuted as the clinical gaze of the future of an illusion, where psychiatry merely fine-tunes the instrument, but makes the same translating effect of making the organon an instrument for what its sets had merely made categorical precisions of its sense, orienting sentiments toward its lying in its gaze, the future of an illusion that allowed its illusion to take its lie for its truth as a predicate. But this nothing is sustained by his advent, now produced by the appeal made in the other to the second signifier. Secondary or identification and narcissism and its and so that its necessary conventions of attribution are no longer necessary and or sufficient to its condition, but merely predicate its identification with the identificatory state that precludes its resignation or the negation of precept attributed to its totality, so that its precept in that attribution is excluded from its totality and supplemented with an effect of la langue that maintains in the word of spirit its comedic effect that traverses the imaginary with its instance of the immediate. Symbolic attribution here is thus followed with an imaginary attribution, but not prefigured by its imaginary pulsation that takes effect on an indeterminate negation that cannot in its sublation take account for causation and effect where it would have seen no cause to bear its mention, so that the effect is based without the cause, where sublime in Hegel is surreptitiously replaced with psychology as an effect of language, and that he is born of this early split. The subject translates a signifying synchrony into the primordial temporal pulsation that is the constitutive fading of his identification. This is the first movement, but in the second, desire, bedding down in the signifying cut in which metonymy occurs, the diachrony called history that was inscribed in fading returns to the kind of fixity Freud grants unconscious wishes. See the last sentence of Traumdeutung, the interpretation of dreams. The last sentence of Traumdeutung. Let's see if I could find that in a relatively fair amount of time so that it's not too long for the recording and the listener to take account of this find. Right, so the text is found. Now really to return to its last pages, the bibliography. No, see if it's right. And what of the value of dreams in regard to our knowledge of the future? That, of course, is quite out of the question. One would like to substitute the words in regard to our knowledge of the past, for in every sense a dream has its origin in the past. The ancient belief that dreams reveal the future is not indeed entirely devoid of the truth. By representing a wish as fulfilled, the dream certainly leads us into the future. But this future, which the dreamer accepts as his present, has been shaped in the likeness of the past by the indestructible wish. So, this indestructible wish in the present instance is to share this with a social network and compound the final paragraph of the interpretation of dreams onto the social networks powered by these little engines we usually find in our pockets that LACAN had at the limit of the recording instrument that was likely pocket size at the moment of what could be paralleled with his pointing out of putting the poets in his pocket, like a joke of what would mean adding the poets to our ammunition in terms of what we could use them in terms of their words that they had never taken account of, so that their words could be used in stronger force for the damage they could cause in terms of the right we would subject them for, similar to what the A equals A can result in someone making use of a letter that wasn't their own, similar to how that letter existed in language before they came to learn that language and its use, such as that same letter making amends to a language unbeknown to him in category of excluding its acquisition dependent on the presupposition of its ensemble commuted, so that its return would then condition its wish to the realization of its actuality dependent on the impossibility of its design, whence its return as reality would be beyond its state as position, but nonetheless positioned in the place of the analyst's discourse, so that the three other discourses plus one would be found as a moderate claim towards what could be included in Freud's teaching. Right, so we can close this text and return to Écrits, Positions of the Unconscious, and reread that paragraph that underlined which section to reread and the interpretation of dreams, Tom. And it's interesting how in German there's reliance on the Tom, sort of like trauma, but it's more of like a gap. Bedding down in the signifying cut in which metonymy occurs, the diachrony returns to the kind of fixity for grand unconscious wishes. The last sentence of the Tom in terms of those universities giving out proper, what do you call them? Remuneration to those self-educated folks that comprise my surroundings that have not been accorded a certain prize for the efforts of the work they've committed to the passions of their life, and yet supplicate reason to experience of its own accord the ethnic background that LACAN would have supposed of the university discourse in the future to orient its study around, so that perhaps even in terms of the imaginary phallus for what the mother in supplication towards what effects it caused on the masculine child that was educated by her lack would, in terms of a whole army, cause of its imaginary lack, a prefigured condition to the cause of the effect of the non-all passing into the masculine ideal and rectifying its form from negative phi in parentheses to the phallus proper, passing through castration and all ordeals of mythical legends and mythomaniac storytelling, supplicant demands of the modern day hysteric to congeal within its psychoanalytic transference the culture that its discontents revealed as necessary towards the subordination of their prospective delirium insisted on within the two and more folk it required to effectuate on the signifying chain an elemental position where truth was engaged. The secondary subordination not only closes the effect of the first by projecting the topology of the subject into the instant of fantasy, it seals it, refusing to allow the subject of desire to realize that he is an effect of speech, to realize, in other words, what he is in being, but the other's desire, which is to the other's desire, the other himself as desiring. This is why any discourse is within its rights to consider itself not responsible for this effect. Any discourse except that of the teacher when he addresses psychoanalysts. I have always considered myself accountable for such an effect, and while unequal to the task of guarding against it, it was the secret prowess of each of my seminars. Le Paris de Pascal, and similar to Pascal, his failing to account for his threat that le bank is not necessary for the analytics of its deployment to prove, but rather de ne pas vaincre is its constitutive fortune, so that when it deploys in ne pas vaincre, pas, it utilizes of the word of spirit, it's la langue, in its operation towards sanction, where the laugh on the guilt that it professes to its injunction on its own projection impels its reason towards the rationality that its accountability couldn't be responsible for, despite its professing that its teaching would imply its cause in part returned from the effect of its instance insisted on, given its impossibility, alone would then deploy of its insistent categorization, its implementation on cause, where responsibility could ignite a furious ordeal with what it could have predicated but not solved, for the responsibility is not without the action against its solution, where its solution is contradictory to the action of its stance, that its contradiction must maintain in essence, so that its resilience can be of its guilt ascertained, the lesson of its aim, towards what fictions can compel of reason to believe, regardless of the law that is in essence its community. It was the secret prowess of each of my seminars, such as the strength of social theory, or in university, les sciences sociales and their effects on the agencies of those codes that work in verbalizing being to the level of its primary attribution in the fetish of the supplicants that compose its reasons, ruse, but not its rationality, for in its ruse rationality is first deployed to convince and then returned on inheritance to commit its letters and its depiction of their form in terms of the attribution that composed their own world in certification with their addition and subtraction after being added towards deploying their sublation to a sublimation that desire alone can add to sublation to constitute the sublimation intact in aim with the tendencies that it insists on in order to make of the dream essence a place that can reside in complacency even to the strongest of resilient forms that original substance dependencies could find no gateways into resolution without such initial stages being perfected beyond their right of certified discourse, where psychology was concerned in deploying an ego psychology where its shortcomings supersized its fury, forgetting very well that its furies were what it gave way to gain from them the dual identification that was taken from some other and the need to act them out so that their truth could come in handy when the acting out could be synthesized in actuation as the only course of reason to accord in the platform of their pairings with a non-I that would have been what I could have been had it insisted on its own deploying. What makes an analyst in right of the Food and Drug Administration's composition, all the while standing back from the political aims of what theory can go haywire and believing as necessary, would rather maintain as its strength standing away from the necessary and giving the necessary towards those in lawful legal authority such as lawyers, towards what the pay of their subsequent position in life gifts them towards the right of redoubling in the effect that its interest and passion could have deplored. For the people who come to hear me are not the first communicants Plato exposed to Socrates' questioning. The fact that the secondary they come out of must be doubled with a preparatory says enough about its shortcomings and superfluities. So, how is Plato the enemy of Socratic dialogue after Badiou's juxtaposition to its instantiation as cause for an effect of a displacement of the teaching for what the second death of Socrates and Mladen Dolar could have grasped from a resultant place in which its condensation ascertains a renewal of a place between two walls, a crossing over of the wall and its inverse side, jouissance and desire, and the crossing of its fist with the premise of its working out of the waves of the sea that had been guided by the hands of those shoulders. Our maximal agency had stood on the maxims of belief, gauging its imperatives under categorical rise of agency, the energies that demanded of its urge to be relieved from foundations that had ascertained its certainty in grief, had ascertained of its certainty a position that could have been elongated, perhaps a little more than the initial premise had engaged its necessity to believe, and the condition on such extensions conditional alone towards that admittance of such necessity being dissolute in its actuality. Hidden forms of the cure could respectively immunize speech towards an implanting of its impunity towards justice, to recondition its anesthetizing faculties towards pleasure and reality that reality ordained of a painless morning where pain was its oracle and its fortune. For if it started here, its adequation with a need to addict to something made its prefigured failure as a human state that discontent that configured its range of outsides within the insides that circumspect balance obligated ethics to operate within and under, thus categorizing its place as analyst, pretending to be an analysand for his analyst, the right to suppose what would in grief relieve the analyst in practice of, on the condition that his particular agency would be surmounted by the prefigured states of the names of the Father that would allow him to calculate whether or not there would be a surmounting in his age to come for a taking of the place of that work that would, even in its reduplicating efforts to accelerate its cause, condition its reduplication to additive momentum within its originator, alive or dead, killed or not, the right to be for his time being, what prospectively kept alive would maintain of his right to create a further extent of resolve to aim for, by the ideals of high personalism by which civilization presses them to live beyond their means, intellectual means, that is, such as Balzac telling his publishers that he was merely finished his text publishing so that he could get advance on the funds for the publishing he had requited for the work he was working on, while having not even started the text that those funds would allow to process and accelerated momentous resolve. So he was capable of working beyond his means by deploying the ruse of reason towards means beyond his state, so that reality engaged with accelerated his perspective creation beyond the means of his initial faculties, and the intellectual means that supersedes the weakness previously dealt with, in accentuating the result beyond what standards had expected of its weakness to make up for, and because of its expectation, it doubled down on what it had to make up for in standardizing its jouissance and adding onto it all of its expectations beyond its resolve. Is there a beyond the reality principle within the real of impossibility that is calculable of the predicates? Suspect of inquiry for the next procedural demonstration of the Aristotelian organon, text 3. The analytics, I believe, the first analytics, to keep in the back of my forgotten memory, to proceed with exploratory subjugation towards the suspecting metaphoric glimpse of the imaginary, where time would be seen as nonsense, but where recordings were concerned, the topos of the logos, rectified with every mediation oriented towards their own particular universalisms and their own individuation, as the names proper could refute, but no Christopher of his own could be a symbolic more than the cote of the names of the Father, that the of the unconscious knowledge necessitates the frustration to turn into deprivation of even castrating his right to absolve within the function of such negative orientations requires him in his abjection to proceed under certain privations that are unjust, but which in such injustice can modulate all future injustices to be found consequent in the phenomenology as moment one, rectified and set as the instance proper to the logical derivative of the insistence on non-emission. So that the logic could of its own be seen as the man. Its first moment seen as played out as it could be at some point essential for, though essential in its contingency to the point of interest where their derivation would be a point of focus to the A equals A as the total set of its singularity aimed for in the title of that moment, merely made a note here to return towards, which the mediator is the synthesis, where the antithesis in Marx is the point of the antithesis, not the lock up on lock up. Conveyor belt to a place in which the walrus and sublime heresies of future conditions to be found sublime beyond that was beyond the sublime sublimity. The meaning, their advance, subordinated to the poetry, the demands of poems, from letters. The unconscious is structured like a language, demands the physis, actions, principality, and effect. Its insistence gained beyond its condition. The ideal of authority with which the analyst candidates with which the mediator of relational passes lets himself off the hook. The meaning of meaning in which every quest finds its alibi. Phenomenology, a lap that awaits whatever may fall into it. The range is vast and the dispersion great at the outset of an ordered obtuseness. Would an analyst violate the law in favor of a law within the law that would have in its right been denied of the subject's attribution, so that it would within the law ignite the fury, and outside of it, within analysis, remain an ethical position to deny the law of its actual conditions so that it can effectuate the law within the outside of it, spite that conditions its reliance on envy to castrate the beholder of its powerlessness to engage within his guilt without a capacity to identify with it, so that its acting out would only be proficiently engaged with the beyond of its resultant, so that the criminological urge without analysis would have been significantly worsened, such as to gift the ethical proficiency of their engagement the attribution of their right to displace it in accord with the subject's needs and the predicates calculated, without the instrument seen as a set theory-based evidential criterion, but as an instrument that the hammer of Nietzsche's le savoir qui impels insistence to return on God's unconscious precepts, the truth of the knowledge and the know-how, that knowing how delineates from technique and not from experience, for technique itself is the experience-based reality beyond its realm, where the ideals of psychiatry impel of medicine's alchemical formulae, the truth of the resultant. Resistance, equal in its denial effect, despite Hegel and Freud, unhappy consciousness and discontent in civilization. A Colloquium of subjectification underpins resistance, which objectifies the false evidence of the ego and routes every proof away from certainty and towards endless procrastination. Should I be opposed by an appeal to Marxists, Catholics, or even Freudians? I promise to request a roll call. This is why only the kind of teaching that grinds up this Colloquium can trace out the path of what is known as training analysis, analyse didactique. The results of analytic experience are distorted by the very fact of being inscribed in this Colloquium. This doctrinal contribution has a name. It is simply together LACAN, places where psychoanalysts are recruited. My teaching is anathema, in that it is inscribed in this truth, such as his clinical training as a psychiatrist that precludes that scientific preparation that he had nonetheless maintained in the teachings that he was open to acquiring, and those students aiding him in proceeding towards an in-depth discovery of those elements his science and purity had originally left aside, and thus, in terms of his psychoanalytic training, required of it to be inscribed in this truth, which includes the proceeding of the university in terms of literatures within the framework of its belonging, to make a similitude fashioned to its intake of what can provide it with the proof sufficient for its outside to make a test in engaging its worth and proof, The burden of proof, Deepak Chopra. Text to suggest to a paranoid agent indoctrinated by the spiritual searching to make of the burden of proof a contingent factor based on and not returned for, but conditional of its syntax and outside its dialectic, but inside its lexicon, sutured to the existence of its dark continent that return for words in order to retract from its questioning the conditions of its act. To question in a burden of proof requires of the lexicon the provided syntax with a provable hypothesis to support its networking acquisitions, so that the paranoid no longer sustains this complacent action towards the necessary based on an immoral foundation, but impels his action towards ethics based on mores, given an ethical term to contain a further development of the mores against nuisance, and for what provides nuisance a comparable truth to base its actions upon, though not always to its favors, but always in the finale in favor of its fact. For those who are purely administering the truth of its serum in the cure for what speech contains as lack, including its resilience to act on the legal priorities that would have otherwise excused its pathological displacing in favor for, but never in aggression towards, based on a guilt-ridden demand of an envy for something that could merely have been asked. The objection that has been raised concerning the impact of my teaching on the transference of analysts in training will make future analysts laugh if, thanks to me, there are still analysts for whom Freud exists. But what it proves is the absence of any doctrine of training analysis that includes the latter's relations with the affirmation of the unconscious. Will thus be understood that my use of Hegel's phenomenology bore no allegiance to his system, but was intended as an example with which to counter the obvious fact of identification. Kojève notes as a short circuit to the unmasking, but not without the precipice of its original instantiation to the totality of its findings, so as to preclude its proof as demonstration in details what its promise had travailed in terms of its unwinding. So It is in the way in which one conducts an examination of a patient and draws one's conclusions that a critique of intellectual fables is proposed. Nonetheless, it is at this fable point that truth in deontological Benthamian terms are embraced as the conditions of its inaction. It is by not avoiding the ethical implications of our praxis for deontology and scientific debate that the beautiful soul will be unmasked, including the time for the deontological debate in law to be formed as the limits of its proposed findings, where even if it was negated of its premise, its original foundation would have to be returned to a practice, in which method would have to be embraced to understanding its original reenacting suggestion beyond suggestibility, where suggestibility was its final curtailment of embrace, for fear had been consecutively superior to what had been in its communication, travailing of an inefficacious model of Jacobsonian schematics. Les schémas de Jacobson à revoir sur ce point des mérites que pose une justification et une réorientation personnelle choisie, ou bien la chosification des droits à travers ce qui en est ici fini par-dessus reprise en accord avec celui qui la met en mise à travers ce qui préfigure le pari de Pascal, par exemple, et même mieux, pire, mais toujours sans vaincre le présupposé de ce qui agit, ce qui fait agiter la conscience de son doute et exemplifie sa justesse à douter de son doute non comme vérité, mais de figure d'un semblable supérieur à sa vérité établie, et donc au-delà de ce que la réalité oblige à ce symptôme d'apprécier quand un supposé mieux vivre serait déjà en place pour subordonner même l'agissant. Donc, à revoir la condition de l'éthique et l'analyse didactique sous les limites de l'éthique prononcée et donner le droit de pratique sous l'attribution du lacanisme. The law of the heart, as I have said, is a bigger nuisance than paranoia. It is the law of a ruse which, in the cunning ruse of reason, traces out a meander whose current is seriously slowed. Beyond that, the statements Hegel makes, even if one sticks to the next, provide the opportunity to always say something other which corrects their phantasmatic link with synthesis, while preserving the effect they have of exposing the lures of identification. That is my Aufhebung sublation, which transforms his own lure into an occasion to point out in the lure and place of the leaps of an ideal progress the avatars of a lack. To confirm the function of this point of lack, nothing is better, after that, than Plato's dialogue, in so far as it comes under the genre of comedy. does not shy away from indicating the point at which one can do nothing but oppose the marionette's mask to wooden insults, and remain stone-faced through the centuries, rooted to a hoax, waiting for someone to find a better hold than the one it clings to in its judo match with truth. At least it's well padded from head to toe in terms of the protection its security can assure it of its strikings deployed, and it's being strict could make do with the aggressive reaction of the LACAN to test the inverse ladder of desire and jouissance, hammered down for what it projects outside of its introjected identificatory schemas for its own opposition with the symposium. This is why Freud is a guest one can risk inviting impromptu to the symposium, if only on the basis of the short note in which he indicates what he owes to its clear-sightedness concerning love, and perhaps to the tranquility of its view of transference. He is probably the kind of man who would revive its back into lines which no one remembers having said after the drunkenness. My seminar was not where it speaks, là où ça parle, as people happen to say jokingly. It brought forth the place from which it could speak, opening more than one ear to hear things that would have been passed over indifferently, since they would not have been recognized. One of my auditors put this naively, announcing the marvelous fact that every evening, or perhaps just the day before, he had come across in a session with the patient what I had said in my seminar, verbatim. The place in question is the entrance to the cave, towards the exit of which Plato guides us, while one imagines seeing the psychoanalyst entering there. But things are not that easy. As it is an entrance one can only reach just as it closes, the place will never be popular with tourists, and the only way for it to open up a bit is by calling from the inside. Thus, this is not unsolvable. Assuming the open sesame of the unconscious consists in having speech effects, linguistic in structure, it requires that the analyst re-examine the way in which it closes. The way in which it closes that the analyst has to re-examine is the condition that is set, since its linguistic structure consists in having speech effects. These assuming that these speech effects take precedent to the open suggestion that the unconscious consists in emphasizing the year after 1920, where Freud's psychical put to the garbage bin and an insistence on another text is embraced, the ego and or the id, the ego and the id. Basically, the ego and its collective functions sort being found between two texts. Formalities. Determinate negation was where it was located for a subsequent Aristotelian square to embrace what of a Baguian motive that Maoist traditions had been radicalized in foundation for. The structure of what closes the film is indeed inscribed in a geometry in which space is reduced to a combinatory. It is what is called an edge in topology. By formally studying the consequences of the irreducibility of the cut it makes, one could rework of the most interesting functions between aesthetics and logic. The inesthetic. Aesthetics, the inesthetic, something of the sorts, in tangent with topics including Baguian subjectivity, but not as of within the focus of, but as riding on the back of a discourse on love in honor of one whose encore was likely not the ideal I had been searching for, or at least in terms of its actuality, not the truth I had seen in common sight, which would return me to the question, where is Badiou's love life in terms of his actual position in sentence with the cause, the desire to effect such a discourse in operation for what has primordially shaped its material around its resolve, without which its ideal is a mere self-exemplification of what the dual relation in heteronormative styles had confounded, so that the return to the original is borrowed for an alternative solution. One notices here that it is the closing of the unconscious which provides the key to its space, namely the impropriety of trying to turn it into an inside. such as the inside of the cave is no longer after its creation the point de capiton that it pauses on before it examines the reality it experiences, so that its place can be set within la pause to redeem its factual necessity and return its memory from its intoxicated, forgetful embrace, so that the truth can be sent back into its teeth, where memory conflated agency with a reserve for indoctrination to superiority, where continuance had exemplified an examination of an experience worth mentioning indifference for. This closing also demonstrates the core of a reversion time, quite necessarily introduced if we are to explain the efficiency of discourse. It is rather easily perceived in something I have been emphasizing for a long time, the retroactive effect of meaning in sentences, meaning requiring the last word of a sentence to be sealed. S'il vous plaît. To be sealed. The last word of a sentence is the equivalent in French translation to s'il vous plaît. That also sounds like it retroactively has to return on its initial result so that it can recapitulate what it had in that sentence found. So the effect of the meaning in sentence is this retroactive effect of meaning in sentences, meaning requiring the last word of a sentence to be sealed. So meaning in a sentence requires the last word of a sentence to be sealed. S'il vous plaît, while the French term also invokes a return on the original to repeat its trait of efficiency so that identification be renewed, but perhaps not its agency, but its effect maintained as a similar disdain for its success. A mis à part le troisième moment, la troisième discours de Rome, the royal road of the unconscious, founding in its dream state the wish fulfillment of its place where LACAN finally endangered psychoanalytic tendencies towards its last straw type fortune, where the return to Freud was no longer seen as a victimized Jewish descendancy, but a powerful lineage that supplanted even the Catholicisms of the age, its revolutionary implications in terms of the retroactive effect of the death of Christ hung on a cross, in terms of what its followers could have been embraced within the brotherhood as a kinship authorized in accord, but not without le carême that sutures the final excommunication that Spinoza experienced, so that the excommunication is final. Nachtraglichkeit. Remember that I was the first to extract it from Freud's texts, or deferred action, après coup, by which trauma becomes involved in symptoms, reveals a temporal structure of a higher order. But above all, experience with this closing shows that it would not be gratuitous on the part of psychoanalysts to reopen the debate over the cause of phantom that cannot be banished from thought, whether critical or not. So, what is it in marks that has a phantom-like admonishing towards its mimetic image for what is maintained, perhaps the efficient effect of surplus that constantly disengages its time limit and over qualifies its givens with success rates beyond its compounding, so that logical time is anticipated certainty, while time itself is a reliance on contingency outside of its force to propel its reason towards its unjustified aims and the limits that attributes cause as a proficient aim towards its lure that invokes effective action towards the mores of what propels an ethical semblant of the imaginary for the ethical act per se, but not the ethical action in the original for what was gifted to the moralistic agent in its wager on truth for what impels heresy to commute as a just course in an efficient cause, but not in efficient demeanor, for cause is no longer seen as what is right for itself to be valid in the eternal right that it continues onwards. Which right is the sidewalk walking on when the person facing you has a different right than the one of your own, whose right is concerned, if not the right of the dark continent in which it's finding oneself outside of is never what being inside of it fills. Compacts in the void of the whole that the toroidal fields form as a vortex to absorb all symptomatic implications of the tamperings of its right to be its wrong, so that its right could be supported in the future of its understanding, where rational ruses were limited but not entirely wrong, merely a lure for the capture of that jouissance, so that jouissance was a final destination rather than a cure that could be oriented around its dissolution, so that its future could be forever embraced beyond its given state, so that at every juncture even its preference for the relation had been sanctioned to dispel its place where emptiness emerged. In terms of its intensity, only the subterfuges of suction could retain its foundation for a principle on which to orient the winds of time. Its sand dunes had corroded in fictitious landscapes for what the metaphor had returned untouched by the light of day, for what reason had in its place eventually made of surplus jouissance and the act of enjoying its displacing. So more could be its cause, and not without could be its falling. For the fading that it initially at some point in the 1/3 lining of that moment for its segmenting, a mere cut for future points de capitons to dissolve of their limits so that the future limit outside that place could be extended but still maintained. For the cause is not, as is said of being as well, a lure of forms of discourse, otherwise it would have already been dispelled, which is why even though the moralist engages the contributor of the action towards a different type of way of carrying oneself, the action maintains its rejection of the moralist and acts in resignation against its ideal form, even though its ideal form would effectuate the transmission of what, if it had been kept without enunciation, the assurance of its support that the moralist would have been duly served without the effort of its cause to effect within ethics first. The reason that subordinates the subject to the signifier's effect, and thus the paranoid delusions that install themselves within the positions that suggestibility fears, but in French, it sort of repudiates it, right? It is only as instance of the unconscious, the Freudian unconscious, that one grasps the cause at the level at which someone like Hume attempts to flush it out, which is precisely the level at which it takes on consistency, the retroaction of the signifier and its efficiency, which must be rigorously distinguished from the final cause. Symbolic castration is not RSI, as is the symptom. Were we to demonstrate that it is the only true first cause, the apparent discordance of Aristotle's four causes would, in fact, dissipate from their terrain. Analysts could contribute to this reformulation. They would have the benefit of being able to use the Freudian term overdetermination as something other than an evasive answer. What follows introduces the feature that commands the functioning relationship between these forms. Their circular, albeit non-reciprocal articulation. While there is closing and entry, they do not necessarily separate. They provide two domains with a mode of conjunction. They are the subject and the other, respectively, and these domains are to be substantified here only on the basis of my theses concerning the unconscious. The subject, the Cartesian subject, is what is presupposed by the unconscious. I have shown that elsewhere. The other is the dimension required by the fact that speech affirms itself as truth. The unconscious is, between the two of them, their cut in action. This cut is seen to command the two fundamental operations with which the subject's causation should be formulated. These operations are ordered in a circular, yet non-reciprocal relationship. The first, alienation, constitutes the subject as such. In a field of objects, no relationship is conceivable that engenders alienation apart from the relationship with the signifier. Let us take as our point of departure the fact that no subject has any reason to appear in the real unless there are speaking beings in it. A physics is conceivable that accounts for everything in the world, including its animate part, A subject intervenes only inasmuch as there are in this world signifiers that mean nothing and must be deciphered. To grant priority to the signifier over the subject is, in my book, to take into account the experience Freud opened up for us. The signifier plays and wins, if I may say so, before the subject is aware of it, to such an extent that in the play of feats, in witticisms, for example, it may surprise the subject. What it lights up with its flash is the subject's division from himself. But the fact that the signifier reveals to the subject his own division should not make us forget that this division stems from nothing other than that very same play, the play of signifiers. Signifiers, not signs. Signs are polyvalent. They no doubt represent something to someone, but the status of that someone is uncertain, as is that of the supposed language of certain animals. A sign language which neither allows for metaphor nor engenders metonymy. This someone could, by some stretch of the imagination, be the universe, insofar as information, so we are told, circulates in it. Any center in which information is totalized can be taken for a someone, but not for a subject. The register of the signifier is instituted on the basis of the fact that a signifier represents a subject to another signifier. This is the structure of all unconscious formations, dreams, slips of the tongue, and witticisms. The same structure explains the subject's original division, produced in the locus of the yet-to-be-situated other. The signifier brings forth the subject from a being that cannot yet speak, but at the cost of freezing him. The ready to speak that was to be there in both senses of the French imperfect il y avait, placing the ready to speak an instant before it was there but is no longer, but also an instant after. A few moments more and it would have been there, because it could have been there. Disappears, no longer being anything but a signifier. It is thus not the fact that this operation begins in the other that leads me to call it alienation. The fact that the other is, for the subject, the locus of his signifying cause merely explains why no subject can be his own cause. Cause de soi. This is clear not only from the fact that he is not God, but from the fact that God himself cannot be his own cause if we think of him as a subject, which is perhaps why he is unconscious, so that he can remain in endurance with the objects of his creation as a redeemer and a vengeful God within his own outside that includes the desires of our own individuation for his prospects of the universal's outside of his attribution that are nonetheless within his futurity to come. The illusion of the unconscious that maintains the place of that dark continent in which the analyst enters but never exits, so that no exit is no longer its aim but its place. St. Augustine saw this very clearly when he refused to refer to the personal God as the self-caused cause de soi. Alienation resides in the subject's division, the cause of which I just designated. Let us proceed to discuss its logical structure. This structure is a veil, which shows its originality here for the first time. In order to do so, it must be derived from what is known in so-called mathematical logic as union, which has already been acknowledged to define a certain kind of veil, such as a dash that precludes a pause or a silence to make place for an empty speech that comments on its attribution after the point de capital so as to make compact its materiality. This union is such that the veil of alienation, as I call it, imposes a choice between its terms only to eliminate one of them, always the same one regardless of one's choice. The stakes are thus apparently limited to the preservation or loss of the other term, when the union involves two terms. This disjunction is incarnated in a highly illustratable, if not dramatic, way as soon as the signifier is incarnated at a more personalized level in a demand or supply, in your money or your life, or liberty or death. It is merely a question of knowing whether or not seek out known you want to keep life or refuse death, because regarding the other term and the alternative, money or liberty, your choice will in any case be disappointing. You should be aware that what remains is in any case diminished. It will be life without money, and having refused death, a life somewhat inconvenienced by the cost of freedom. This is the stigma of the fact that the veil here, functioning dialectically, clearly operates on the veil of logical union, which is known to be equivalent to an and sic et non. This is illustrated by the fact that, in the long run, you will have to give up your life after your money, and in the end, the only thing left will be your freedom to die. Similarly, our subject is subjected to the veil of a certain meaning he must receive, or petrification. But should he retain the meaning, the meaning produced by his change into a signifier will encroach on this field of meaning. This non-meaning clearly falls within the other's field, although it is produced as an eclipse of the subject. This la chose is worth saying, for it qualifies the field of the unconscious to take a seat, I would say, in the place of the analyst. Let us take that literally, in his armchair. We have arrived at such a pass that we should leave him this armchair in a symbolic gesture. The latter is an expression commonly used to say a gesture of protest, and its import would be to challenge the order, so prettily avowed by its crude motto in franc clair, to coin a term, directly issuing from the Awawoya, a princess perpetrated upon French psychoanalysis by replacing the pre-Socratic tone of Freud's precept, voice war solich werden, with the croaking strains of the ego. The analysts, no doubt, must dislodge the id. The patients, of course. The fact that people have objected to Serge Leclerc's claim that the unicorn sequence is unconscious by pointing out that Leclerc himself is conscious of it means that they do not see that the unconscious only has meaning in the other's field. Still less do they see the consequence thereof, that it is not the effect of meaning that is operative in interpretation, but rather the articulation and the symptom of signifiers, without any meaning at all, that have gotten caught up in it, so that the field of attribution to a certain given coordinate is no longer the given that its desire is subsequently seen for. It could have merely maintained within it the power of fiction and the deontological invocation of its attributes, which is what I had initially captured its protest in forgetting that it was directed at Serge Leclerc towards the naysayers. Let us turn now to the second operation, in which the subject's causation closes to test the structure of the edge in its function as a limit, but also in the twist that motivates the encroachment of the unconscious. I call this operation separation. We will see that it is what Freud called Spaltung, or the splitting of the subject, and grasp why Freud, in the text in which he introduces it, the splitting of the ego, grounds in it the splitting not of the subject, but of the object, namely the phallic object. The logical form dialectically modified by the second operation is called intersection in symbolic logic. It is also the product formulated by belonging to and to. This function is modified here by a part taken from a lac situated within another lac, through which the subject finds anew in the other's desire the equivalent of what he is, qua subject of the unconscious. In this way, the subject is actualized in the loss in which he searched forth the unconscious. Through the lack he produces in the other, following the course Freud considered to constitute the most radical drive, the death drive, as he called it. A belonging neither to is called upon here to fill a nor to. Empedocles' act, responding thereto, shows that a will vouloir is involved. The veil returns in the form of a veil. That is the end of the operation. Now for the process. Séparer, separating, and schieren, séparer, engendering oneself. Let us dispense with the obvious gems we find in the works of Latin etymologists concerning the slippage in meaning from the verb to the other. One should simply realize that this slippage is grounded in the fact that they are both paired with the function of the pars. The part is not the whole, as they say, though usually without thinking. For it should be emphasized that the part has nothing to do with the whole, so that God is unconscious of the parts that he should nonetheless, as a universal, be constituted of, which means that the singular is, or has nothing to do with the whole, but is. Let's continue. One has to come to terms with it, en prendre son parti. It plays its game, sa partie, all by itself. Here the subject proceeds from his partition to his parturition. This does not imply the grotesque metaphor of giving birth to himself anew. Indeed, language would be hard-pressed to express that with an original term, at least in Indo-European climes where all the words used for this purpose are of juridical or social origin. Parere was first of all to procure a child for one's husband. This is why the subject can procure for himself what interests him here. A status I will qualify as civil. Nothing in anyone's life unleashes more determination to succeed in obtaining it. In order to be pars, he would easily sacrifice the better part of his interests, though not in order to become part of the whole, which, moreover, is in no way constituted by others as interests, still less by the general interest which is distinguished therefrom in an entirely different manner. Separare, in order to attribute to himself pare, the signifier to which he succumbs, the subject attacks the chain that I have reduced to a binary at its most elementary level, at its interval between the signifier and its signifying substitution, the repeating interval. The most radical structure of the signifying chain is the locus haunted by metonymy, the latter being the vehicle of desire. At least that is what I teach. It is, in any case, through the impact whereby the subject experiences in this interval something that motivates him autre chose than the meaning effects by which a discourse solicits him, that he in fact encounters the other's desire, before he can even call it desire, much less imagine its object. What he will place there is his own lack, in the form of the lack he would like to produce in the other, through his own disappearance, the disappearance which he has at hand, so to speak, of the part of himself he receives from his initial alienation. But what he thus fills is not the lack, he encounters in the other, but rather, first of all, the lack that results from the constitutive loss of one of his parts, by which he turns out to be made of two parts. Therein lies the twist whereby separation represents the return of alienation, for the subject operates with his own loss, which brings him back to his point of departure. His "can he lose me?" is, no doubt, the recourse he has against the opacity of the desire he encounters in the other's locus, but it merely brings the subject back to the opacity of the being he receives through his advent as a subject, such as he was first produced by the other's summoning. It is an operation whose fundamental outlines are found in psychoanalytic technique, for it is in so far as the analyst intervenes by scanning the patient's discourse that an adjustment occurs in the pulsation of the rim through which the being that resides just shy of it must flow. The true and final mainspring of what constitutes transference is the expectation of this being's advent in relation to what I call the analyst's desire, insofar as something about the analyst's own position has remained unnoticed therein, at least up until now. This is why transference is a relationship that is essentially tied to time and its handling. But what is the being that responds to us? Operating in the field of speech and language, from shy of the cave's entrance. I would go so far as to embody it in the form of the very walls of the cave that would like to live, or rather come alive with palpitations whose living movement must be grasped now. That is, now that I have articulated the function and field of speech and language and their conditioning. I do not see how anyone can rightfully claim that I neglect dynamics in my topology. I orient it, which is better than to make a commonplace of it. The most verbal is not where people are willing to say it is. As for sexuality, which people would like to remind me is the force we deal with, and that is biological, I retort that analysts perhaps have not shed so much light as people at one time hoped on sexuality's mainsprings, recommending only that we be natural, repeatedly trotting out the same themes of billing and cooing. I will try to contribute something newer by resorting to a genre that Freud himself never claimed to have superseded in this area: myth. To compete with Aristophanes on his own turf in the above-mentioned symposium, let us recall his primitive double-backed creatures in which two halves are fused together as firmly as those of a Magdeburg sphere. The halves, separated later by a surgical operation arising from Zeus's jealousy, represent the beings we have become in love, starving for our unfindable complement. In considering the sphericity of primordial man as much as his division, it is the egg that comes to mind, and that has thus perhaps been repressed since Plato, given the preeminence granted for centuries to the sphere in a hierarchy of forms sanctioned by the natural sciences. Consider the egg in a viviparous womb, in a viviparous womb where it has no need for a shell, and recall that, whenever the membranes burst, a part of the egg is harmed, for the membranes of the fertilized egg are offspring, fee, just as much as the living being brought into the world by their perforation. Consequently, upon cutting the cord, what the newborn loses is not, as analysts think, its mother, but rather its anatomical complement. Midwives call it afterbirth, délivre. Now imagine that every time the membranes burst, a phantom, an infinitely more primal form of life, in no wise willing to settle for a duplicate role in some microcosmic world within world, takes flight through the same passage. Man, l'homme, is made by breaking an egg, but so is the manlet, l'omelette. Let us assume the latter to be a large crepe that moves like an amoeba, so utterly flat that it can slip under doors, omniscient as it is guided by the pure life instinct, and immortal as it is fissiparous, which means inclined to cause or undergo division into separate parts or groups. It is certainly something that would not be good to feel dripping down your face noiselessly while you sleep in order to seal it. If we are willing to allow the digestive process to begin at this point, we realize that the manlet has ample sustenance for a long time to come. Remember that there are organisms which are quite differentiated, that have no digestive tract. It goes without saying that a struggle would soon ensue with such a fearsome being, and that the struggle would be fierce. For it can be assumed that since the manlet has no sensory system, it has for guidance but the pure real. It thus has an advantage over us men, who must always provide ourselves with a homunculus in our heads in order to turn that real into a reality. Indeed, it would not be easy to obviate the paths of its attacks, which would, moreover, be impossible to predict, as it would also know no obstacles. It would be impossible to educate, and just as impossible to trap. As for destroying the manlet, one had best avoid letting it proliferate. for to cut it up would help it reproduce, and the least of its cuttings to survive, even after having been set to fire, would preserve all of its destructive powers. Apart from killing it with a lethal ray that has yet to be tested, the only solution would be to lock it up, placing it in the jaws of a Magdeburg sphere, for example, which turns up again here, as if by chance, as the only appropriate tool for the job. But the whole manlet would have to slip into the sphere and would have to do so by itself. Even the bravest person would be justified in thinking twice before touching it in order to shove a negligible overflowing amount, rien, back in, for fear that it would slip between his fingers and take up its abode, who knows where, except for its name, that I will now change to a more decent one, lamella, of which the word omelette is, in fact, but metastasis. This image and this myth seem to me apt for both illustrating and situating what I call libido. This image shows libido to be what it is, namely, an organ, to which its habits makes it far more akin than to a force field. Let us say that it is qua surface that it organizes this force field. This conception can be tested by realizing that Freud considered the drive to be structured like a montage, and by relating it to that. Les fondements de la psychanalyse and the four concepts that justify it, referring to electromagnetic theory, and in particular to a theorem known as Stokes' theorem, would allow me to situate the reason for the constancy of the drive's pressure, which Freud emphasizes so greatly, in the fact that the surface is based on a closed rim, which is the erogenous zone. It is also clear that what Freud calls the Schub, or flow, coulée of the drive is not its discharge, but should rather be described as the turning inside out and outside in of an organ whose function should be situated in relation to the preceding subjective coordinates. This organ must be called unreal, in the sense in which the unreal is not the imaginary and precedes the subjective realm in it conditions, being in direct contact with the real. That is what my myth, like any other myth, strives to provide a symbolic articulation for, rather than an image. My lamella represents here the part of a living being that is lost when that being is produced through the straits of sex. This part is certainly indicated in the media, that microscopic anatomy materializes in the globules expulsed at the two stages of the phenomena organized around chromosome reduction and in the maturation of a sexed gonad. Represented here by a deadly being, it marks the relationship in which the subject plays a part between sexuality, specified in the individual, and his death. Regarding what is represented thereof in the subject, what is striking is the type of anatomical cut, breathing new life into the etymological meaning of the word anatomy, by which the function of certain objects which should not be called partial, but which stand apart from the others, is determined. The breast, to take an example of the problems to which these objects give rise, is not merely a source of regressive nostalgia, having been a source of highly prized nourishment. It is, I'm told, related to the mother's body, to its warmth, and even to tender loving care. But that does not sufficiently explain its erotic value, which a painting in Berlin by Tiepolo, and the exalted horror with which it presents Saint Agatha after her ordeal, illustrates far better. In fact, it is not a question of the breast, in the sense of the mother's womb. Matrice, sein also means womb. Even though people mix as they like resonances in which the signifier relies heavily on metaphor. It is a question of the breast, specified in the function of weaning, which prefigures castration. Weaning has been too extensively situated, since Klein's investigations, in the fantasy of the partition of the mother's body, for us not to suspect that the plane of separation, which makes the breast the lost object involved en cause in desire, passes between the breast and the mother. For if we recall that mammalian organization places the young from the embryo right up to the newborn in a parasitical relation to the mother's body, the breast appears as the same kind of organ, to be understood as the ectopia of one individual onto another, as that constituted by the placenta at the beginning of the growth of a certain type of organism which remains specified by this intersection. Libido is this lamella that the organism's being takes to its true limit, which goes further than the body's limit. Its radical function in animals is materialized in a certain ethology by the sudden decline shift in an animal's ability to intimidate other animals as the boundaries of its territory. This lamella is an organ, since it is the instrument of an organism. It is sometimes almost palpable, comme sensible, as when an hysteric plays at testing its elasticity to the hilt. Speaking subjects have the privilege of revealing the deadly meaning of this organ, and thereby its relation to sexuality. This is because the signifier as such, whose first purpose is to bar the subject, has brought into him the meaning of death. The letter kills, but we learn this from the letter itself. This is why every drive is virtually a death drive. It is important to grasp how the organism is taken up in the dialectic of the subject. The organ of what is incorporeal in the sexed being is the aspect of the organism that the subject manages to invest, placer, when his separation occurs. It is through this organ that he can really make his death the object of the other's desire. In this way, the object he naturally loses, excrement, and the props he finds in the other's desire, the other's gaze or voice, come to this place. The activity in the subject I call drive, trieb, consists in dealing with these objects in such a way as to recover from them, to restore to himself his earliest loss. There is no other pathway by which the impact of sexuality is manifested in the subject. A drive, insofar as it represents sexuality in the unconscious, is never anything but a partial drive. This is the essential failing, carence, namely, the absence, carence, of anything that could represent in the subject the mode of what is male or female in his being. The vacillation that psychoanalytic experience reveals in the subject regarding his masculine or feminine being is not so much related to his biological bisexuality as to the fact that there is nothing in his dialectic that represents the bipolarity of sex apart from activity and passivity. That is, a drive versus outside action polarity, which is altogether unfit to represent the true basis of that bipolarity. That is the point I would like to make here. Sexuality is distributed on one side or the other of our rim as a threshold of the unconscious in the following manner. On the side of the living being as a being that will be taken up in speech, never able in the end to come to be altogether in speech, remaining shy of the threshold which, notwithstanding, is neither inside nor out. There is no access to the opposite sex as other except via the so-called partial drives wherein the subject seeks an object to take the place of the loss of life he has sustained due to the fact that he is sexed. On the side of the other, the locus in which speech is verified as it encounters the exchange of signifiers, the ideals they prop up, the elementary structures of kinship, the metaphor of the father considered as a principle of separation, and the ever-reopened division in the subject owing to his initial alienation. On this side alone, and by the pathways I have just enumerated, order and norms must be instituted which tell the subject what a man or a woman must do. It is not true that God made them male and female, even if the couple Adam and Eve imply that. Such a notion is also explicitly contradicted by the highly condensed myth found in the same text regarding the creation of Adam's companion. No doubt, Lilith was there from before, but that does not explain anything. Breaking off here, I leave to the past the debates at the Bonneval Colloquium in which, concerning the Freudian unconscious, irresponsible interventions were quite welcome, precisely because those responsible for them only came there half-heartedly, not to save from a certain side. Bah. One of the results was, nevertheless, that the order issued by this side to pass over my teaching in silence was not respected. The fact that, regarding the Oedipus complex, the last act, or rather the role of warm-up band, went to a hermeneutic fear, confirms my assessment of this colloquium and has since revealed its consequences. At my own risk, I indicate here the means, l'appareil by which accuracy could return.